I don't wanna fight, 'cause I don't like the way it feels. Those cutting words that never heal. Behind the barricade, you're tossing grenades while I'm trying to settle and disengage. You're playing with fire, prepare
Hello, and welcome to another stream of Boomeadow Builds: A State of Anarchy, which is a homebrew tabletop game that I am going to be running in about 3 short weeks. So if this is your first time here, welcome along for the ride. We are currently building for the plane of Feyawyr. We also have Anthalamir and Nethereg, which we will eventually build for, because it's all dependent on how long it takes the players to get through the campaign, basically. But tonight, we are actually jumping in to build not the Logland Ferry map. That is very helpful when I do the right things here. Let me just change that because I'm behind on that. This should actually be Seeker's Respite in Gimreeve. Yes, Seeker's Respite in Gimreeve. About there. Okay. Yes, Seeker's Respite in Gimreeve. So, this is a place. Zephyr, I will keep that in mind once I have actually done something to save. So, as you can see, there is already an overlay here of what appears to be an incarnate map already. This is actually courtesy of the wonderful Tide Runner Gaming, because this is where his character, Harsaruk Mistweaver, is actually going to be from. And they have created it, but with their permission, they would like me to touch it up so that it looks a bit more inherent with the rest of the style, basically, that I usually go with. Which probably means over the top focus on attention to detail. But as you can see, it's not too bad already. So some little interesting points about Seeker's Respite. Seeker's Respite is actually the home to the refugees from Anthalamir of the Ascendant Isles. Now, the reason they are called the Ascendant Isles is because they are a set of floating islands that are the last remaining vestiges of the land of Azuria after a meteor hit. And because of the nature of that meteor, it did change the physics of the islands and cause them to float. So, obviously, the first place we need to start is I need to do something about this sky. So these are also, even though these are in Feyawyr, these are going to be floating islands. And they are floating because when the merge happened following the Necronomicon, and the attempted rise of the Titan King, it meant that the planes were pulled over one another, and they took on aspects of one another. So yes. But the first thing I need to do is find some adequate sky. Lots of water textures, winter textures, and things like this. Let's actually try and see if there is a sky pattern. No. Helpful. Okay, that's clearly water. Well, we've already got this pattern. However, okay. So this is okay, but I think I'm going to have to make some changes with this. Size is fine. However, we're going to play around with some filters. contrast just slightly. Also, lower the opacity. We like to lower the opacity just so that we start to get a really nice blend. And just for now, we'll turn Seeker's Respite as a layer off. Now, obviously, the shadows of the island and things like this will be taken into account as we do it. However, let's move through the colours, but I think I need to go this way. See, no, that's too rough. Don't like. We will, however, go as big as we can. Because the sky in in Feyawyr is not inherently always blue either. Add in some colour variation. I want it to go more this colour as well. Might add in a bring the contrast down a little bit, make it softer. Hi Tigger Tank, how are you? Love having you here. Let's have a look, shall we? That is a very atypical answer for some. Thank you for the follow. It is wonderful to have you here. And I appreciate it. Now, we need to bring down the brightness, but up the contrast, I think, because we do need some of those. I think the only thing I really need now is some really bright blue, I think. Just to bring out these little areas to pop just a bit. And there is also something I need to do underneath all of this beautiful sky. Technicolor Dream Coat. However, now that we've done all of this, it's very hardcore building music right now. Need to put some water under it. because we want to see the water underneath it. So and they have green there too, but I don't think we need green in this sky. Okay. Does it need just a hint more? How does that look as a base? Now we've done that, however, just as a stamp, we'll go catalog. Don't want winter clouds. These ones, though, however, these nice puffy white clouds. First of all, the problem is, are they, first of all, brighten up, more contrast. Because these are turn down the brightness, see if there's actually a way that I can see if there's a color shift. Doesn't inherently seem to be. I don't know if I like the clouds because it's not too dissimilar to this. Shiny. Trying to do shiny. Trying to do pretty more than anything. Don't want to just go straight miss. Nature. I think that was more of the cloud I was looking for. I'll turn the contrast down because it's too harsh, I think. Or is that too busy now? Are we thinking? I mean, I can always add more. No, I think that's... Yeah, that was a bit too much. Okay. Well, I think we've got a nice-ish background. And we will use that save that Zephyr had wonderfully gifted us with. So thank you for that, because I definitely needed it now. So yes. Yay, we love a good save. And then I will get to start putting in land masses. Okay. Problem I think I have right now is there needs to be a slight pinkish hue over everything. Pink? Purple? That's a bit better. Now, make this visible. Let's put in some of these land masses. So yes, these are indeed floating islands. So we're going to have to create some shadow underneath them. We'll also have to turn off water ripples because they won't have water ripples, obviously. Now, Seeker's Respite came about because the people of the Ascendant Islands actually had to flee their original homeland because the rise of the Witch Queens in the area of Anthalamir, they actually had made a targeted attack on the people of the Ascendant Islands, seeing them and their allegiance to the old ways as a threat to their rising tyrannical rule. And they basically wanted to crush any opposition to their rule that they deemed as unlawful, as basically as unlawfully chaotic to the stability of the realm, especially in the wake of the government falling, especially the primary government of a large portion of the of Anthalamir, because they had actually been a large portion of them, of the government at the time in the LUS, had been controlled, especially the Aasimar, most predominantly the Aasimar family, the Sanguinettis, who had been in control. A majority of them were Aasimar, and they were being controlled by the Dark Quarry spirits, who were essentially the rogue criminal faction of the spirits that bonded with the Kalashtar, basically with the humanoids to make the Kalashtar race, but these were the Dark Quarry, so they didn't make soul bonds in the way that the Kalashtar did, and the Light Quarry did. They were more of an invasive force. Yay, tyranny! Exactly. So yeah, they were predominantly an invading force, except they had spent centuries setting up a system of basically trying to create the perfect hosts for them. But within my world lore, it did require a specific subset of requirements to be met, insofar as it had to have basically human blood, angelic blood, and also demonic. And they managed to finally, at the beginning of the Third Era after the Starfall, create those perfect circumstances, because not long after the Starfall, the Demon War broke out. And it was only through the actions of the Realm Witches and the Gods of the Dead that had used to keep the demons basically in check, it was through their actions that stopped their scourge from spreading further, basically. But it did lead the few Dark Quarry that were in charge into forcing the demons to make the Demon Treaty, which meant that every child born within the LUS had to be bonded to a demon from birth. And so then, by the time the campaign came around, it had been 7,500 years of this demonic bonding, and so any of the Aasimar children within Anthalamir and within the LUS had basically met those perfect requirements because they were an Aasimar soul, so human blood, angelic celestial blood that has been tainted by a demon, thus making a perfect situation of hosts. And then this led to the rise of the Sanguinity family, who was an entirely Aasimar based family, one of the 13 great families, who essentially held the monopoly over the governing body for a very long period of time. And there were lots of people that saw them as good, but as we were starting to see, people were starting to buck the gilded system, because it ended up seeming that even though there was opportunity for commoners to join these families, they would have to give up basically all of their identity and everything to who they are and whatnot. Which is how we ended up with the division in the first place between the Wildlands, the LUS, and the Ascendant Isles. The people of the Wildlands had wanted to maintain their cultural identities, but they also did not, obviously, want the demons to take control. And they were willing to help, but they weren't willing to sacrifice what it meant for their cultural identity to do so. And so, obviously, then for a lot of centuries, the LUS did start to make this insidious incursion into undermining people's belief and faith into the Wildlands and the old ways of doing things. They basically, the people who studied druidry had druid magic stripped away from them and basically boiled down to something that could be taught in a textbook. But in doing that, they also made sure that missing from these druidic textbooks were things that would actually help the druids identify that there was something darker and not of this world basically happening. And yeah, it was all very subtle control, basically. Coercive control of a common population. And there were a few people who were at least aware that there was something not right, but generally those people, bad things happened to them, which was the case for one of the player characters, a character by the name of Elpheus. And it turned out that Elpheus was one of the personalities of another character called Nemo, but Nemo had no recollection of Elpheus and the horror that had actually... Yes, Tyrant Dungeon, I am just talking about you. Yes, it was Tyrant Dungeon's character, and he was basically had been a child prodigy during the time of the war, and he had discovered the truth, and that had led him to the final battle before he had gone missing for almost 8,000 years, which had indeed meant that a young man, and I don't believe he was quite 20 yet, got onto aboard an airship or a ship. Yeah, no, it was a ship, knowing that he was going to die that day. And it was only through his studies that he had done into sigils and this secret language he'd kind of discovered in the archives. Bring forth the soft boy! Exactly. It had led him to the archives, and he had learned basically this whole secret magic that these particular entities had wanted to keep secret, because it did indeed pertain to the Elder Script. So there is a lot of world lore involved in my books, and a lot of that world lore is player driven, basically character driven. Yeah, and that is a major reason, because I feel that my players' characters have stories that should be told. I think that's most D&D creators, basically, and most DMs, you know. I do put a real focus on, you know, not just the overarching journey that the character has to go through, but, you know, also the relationships and the friendships that they make along the way. Like, that's really important. I think Valcor feels bad for making you for not finding Rick's talk sprite quite right yet. He sent me through a diagram of, he's like, I want it more football headed. He showed me the diagram. Which, who doesn't want a football-headed raccoon? Am I right? I'm being a little rougher with this than I usually would, because, as we can see, I am going to be adding some cliff faces in here. I just want to make sure that I've got the general shape mostly mapped out. But not only that, there are a few places where there will be waterfalls and the like. So this week I released my players also the weapons and armor and items documents for their perusal and decision making for their characters. And I can say that yes, there are going to be a few characters with grenade launchers and grenades. More of a Dorito. Yeah, a little bit. I can see that. He's a corn chip. Rick Chip. Yes, Rise of Rick Chip. Not Rick Rake, Rick Chip. I am very excited though of the characters that I have seen. Like, I know that you've just done like some rudimentary sketches so you know what they look like, but I also feel like even the color drawings should be used in the intros because they're so good. Like, I know you're like, oh, they're just rough sketches, but I'm like, they're so good. Like, the level of detail is insane. And not only that, they are helping me pick like the primary color to be identified with each character. Although I feel like Tide Runner and I have a bit of a disagreement on what color Hasa predominates. Yeah, but they're so good. For anyone who doesn't know, by the way, Tyrant Dungeon that is going to be playing in this game, he will be playing Professor Bow Smells, or Bow Smells, should I say. He is a Tabaxi warlock. But not only that, Tyrant Dungeon is a fabulous artist. And you can reach out to them on their Twitch channel, but I do believe that you can also find them over on Twitter as well. Don't reach out to me, I'm busy. At the moment, yeah. But I have a feeling that over there is when they will let you know when they're open for commissions again. Exactly. I mean, I don't want them stressed out or anything. Hey, we're supposed to hype you up, man. That's literally our job. That's what friends do. They are a brilliant artist. So, yeah. Okay. So for now I can shut that off again. So this is what we're working with the island masses. Except that bit. Your blasphemy. I say as I instantly make it worse. Okay. Now to colour. Oh, yeah. Finally got Rick's head right. Yeah. I know that he's going to have red somewhere. I feel like red has to be Valkor's colour. Yeah, red seems to be Valkor's colour. In terms of this, I will shade this in a minute. What we want to do is we want to look for cliffs. No. Part of me feels like I should use these cliffs just so that it blends nice. And keeps a consistent style, but everything in me really wants to use these ones. Obviously that's way too big. I just like the realness of the rock, I guess. So like Light Brownie goes, how much is he actually gonna look like Trash Panda, though? See, as much as I love this, I feel like this might be a bit too real. What are we thinking? Like, don't get me wrong, real cliff faces, but... That's option one. And this is just because, you know. Whereas inherently this will copy the style a bit more. With the buildings we will end up going with. Oh, it's me. The left cliffs? Yeah, I really like that too. But the thing I have to keep in mind is the problem I have is the actual buildings that I'm likely to go for are in, where is it? Kind of this area. Like, because don't get me wrong, I love that. But like the actual buildings and stuff, let's be honest, are probably going to be in this kind of fortress. Like, see, with the style. So I don't know if I should go hyper-realism on the actual cliffs. Now these will end up being, I think, 32. Does it look bad? Depends how well I blend them, I guess. Like, because obviously I want it to blend really nice and look really cool. This is the thing, I'm like, eh. Because the only thing is, I know that there are going to be like these, although is that going to look weird if it's like, let me have a look. Can that work? It's going to be a marrying of styles, I think, but I do end up using very realistic like waves and stuff when I do my coastlines. So it wouldn't be too out of the ballpark to do something like this, I guess. What water am I going to be using for the waterfalls though? These ones. Which kind of works. Now I'm torn because I really love this particular style. No, I think I kind of mix things up. So I do like that cliffs though. This is where I need Tide Runner's opinion. Do we want to go the wait? That actually will be a deciding factor here. The stone stairs as well. Well, actually, no, I'm going to have to use color matching. Those ones? Is this going to look silly if I use these with it? Is that going to look silly? Blending those two styles together, the more realistic rock with the fake stone stairs. You think that's going to silly or it will work? A bit silly. It's just because the lines are so thick, isn't it? See, over here it's not so bad, but the minute you have to make it bigger to make that work. That's not so bad. What are your thoughts, Tide Runner? It is your map after all. So yeah, the question is, do I go more of this traditional stone style? I do really like the realistic look of that though. You know what though, to be consistent, I think I might have to stick with it. I know that makes a really beautiful map, but it doesn't give me the buildings I want, so I'm gonna have to bite the bullet, I think. You have returned. You missed the whole debate. If I go back and undo it, we have a dilemma. I have a dilemma. So, we have the great cliff debate. Cliff edge debate. Do I go this style of rock or the more realistic cliffs? This is the style of building. But I will most likely go slightly more realistic trees. The problem is we're debating whether having those style stairs looks a bit out of place with the realistic rock. What are we thinking? What do you think, Tide Runner? Because it is your map. What kind of trees? It is spring, so Let me pull up some trees. Most likely a lot of these ones. Make it bigger so everyone can see. Like, there's going to be those ones. There is also going to be... I did take that and I reshaded them pink as well, so we had some cherry blossoms as well. You wouldn't have palm trees, but we did put some green ones in like this as well, being a Feyawyr. And then yeah, the brown ones are almost too realistic. The hard part is they will make a really pretty matte, but I think because of the state of like the buildings and yeah, but it does look good, doesn't it? Okay, well, it is also I might be the artist that, but it is still your character's home, so got to take that into consideration. I'll turn this off for now. I did have cheesecake and I did not share it with you. I have no regrets. The hilarious part would be if Valkor showed up now. After all, that is the war cry and summons for the Valkor. It was a really good baked Basque cheesecake too. Like I said, no regrets. It was a really good cheesecake too. I even made like a homemade raspberry sauce to go on it. Well, that is another thing that I have to do in the next few days, is start making the tavern menus. Because we know what my tavern menus are like as well. Yes, I do what I can to make my players hungry. I enjoy making very tasty menus for their characters to enjoy and deliberate over and just basically overall enjoy, to be honest.
The silence fades into the night. Coyotes sing at the moonlight. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Feel the wind touch our face. Let's take a spin to a foreign place. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. I'll hold you close through the night. I won't let go until the sunrise. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Wave goodbye to your city life. Say hello to the desert sky. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Let's escape. Let's escape.
Try and do a nice blend here.
Careful with your pretty eyes and run with me. You're done. 'Cause you and I are a secret. Feel my drift against your skin. 'Cause honestly, let's hold our breath. This is so real. Just you and me. Let's escape, girl, tonight.
Gonna have to redo that bit, I think. This is the problem with trying to get things blended and smooth looking.
Careful with your pretty eyes and run with me.
The interesting part for me with this particular build is figuring out where the ladder's down, because underneath this, underneath the floating islands, is actually floating on the water docks, kind of like floating markets, where a lot of the traders and whatnot come to do their business, rather than hiking all the way to the top here.
From a place of hardship to a place of ease comes a place of flourish. In return, it's for a reason. That
Potentially.
say it.
I don't imagine that there's probably too many, but
At a sign of growth worth maybe.
as you would know, Tide Runner, this community is very protective of their own. Their children, their culture, their history. The people of the Ascendant Isles, even in the material plane, kind of really focus themselves and pride themselves on being the keepers of the history of the world, so that nothing may ever be forgotten. Because it is only through forgetting that we are doomed to repeat it. And basically, they kind of pride themselves on essentially keeping that history, those memories, basically all of that archived and in remembrance. Especially after, in his time, one of the character's great-grandfathers did discover that a large proponent of the people had actually lost their culture, lost their cultural identity, had it taken from them. But it was done in such a way that it was infused back into the culture of the world. Very similar to what the Romans used to do with the populations of areas that they were trying to integrate, basically. Which is why, obviously, anyone who has seen the Greek and Roman pantheons, they're all over the place in a way of trying to make certain laws, theological law, work. And obviously they did have a bit of a time of trouble and a struggle trying to integrate the Celtic gods. They weren't really quite sure how to integrate the Celtic gods insofar as, well, were they gods? Were they great beings? They obviously didn't want to supersede their own gods, because their whole point was they were trying to rewrite and remanifest the fact that these Celtic gods were just another version of their own Roman gods. Except the way that the Celts and things like that told their stories, it kind of, a lot of that ended up being invalidated. And so if you've ever read an accounting of like those stories, and I really like some of the overly sarcastic productions as a way of like learning, a really fun way to learn history. Nightbot, why do you do this to Hellman? I did get to see the message that was deleted. Nightbot is a bit enthusiastic. I do appreciate you violently drop kicks the door open. The Grail was just a sippy cup before Jesus got it. Sorry. I like that. Yes. Yes, Overly Sarcastic Productions is a really good learning resource. If you want a really fun way to learn history and mythology, I obviously, with the way that I write my stories and my world lore and things like this, I really like Red's interpretations and things like this, and the way that they describe things. Yeah, really, really love the way that Red describes things. I will admit, it was a huge... I haven't heard their podcast. I do mostly catch their YouTube channel. However... Oh, God. Oh, God. Let me have a look here. Oh, God. Nightbot. Calm down, Nightbot. That's all I can say. Yeah, Nightbot. My Nightbot is kind of set a bit tyrannical rule of Nightbot, but it is still good to have you here, Halman. Yeah, whole sentences of caps. Yeah, Nightbot I have set, because otherwise I would not be able to read people's messages. Yeah, I know. I'm the one to blame for that, because I set some of those caps. But I do love the enthusiasm, though. I actually think that's hilarious, the Holy Grail being a sippy cup. I could get behind that. Okay. Technically, any cup can be a sippy cup, especially with a lot of the new lids that you can get for like keep cups and stuff like that. Yeah, any cup could realistically be a sippy cup. I like it. Yeah. All hail the Master Sippy Cup. Doesn't that... Ooh, every cup that you drink from now becomes a grail. Well, that's an interesting concept. Kind of invalidates the whole grail quest though, doesn't it? If every cup is a sippy cup, every grail is a sippy cup, it kind of invalidates the need to go on a quest for the grail if you just pick up a cup and you're like, oh, well, done now. Doesn't it? See, that's interesting. That's true. It is incredible to see how many saint relics, like, legitimately, you know, turn around with the backing of, oh, such and such used this. And how many kind of things are also symbolic as well, like not even actually holy. I'm pretty sure there is something that did actually make the bleeding spear an important thing. Just trying to think of what movie that was that made highlight. Part of me wants to say Angels and Demons, maybe, or the Da Vinci Code, maybe, that pointed out that, you know, what was it? There was a movie that actually made a point of import on that. Yeah, that part of me also feels like maybe the Jack books, Zephyr. I feel like that's something that Wizard would have kind of made a mention of, potentially. No, I think that might be what it is. Hi, Zelda Potter. How are you? Welcome. Yeah, I think you might be right. I think it's American Gods that reference the bleeding spear with Shadow. Yeah, Jesus' tomb was in the Jack West series. I really appreciated you putting me onto those books, actually. Really, really enjoyed them. What did the spear strike? I'm pretty sure it's the spear that the Romans pierced his side with during the crucifixion to ensure, like, to check if he was dead. And when the spear pierced his side, there was a great roll of thunder through the land or something. So yeah, not that this is usually an atypically theological stream. But yeah, no, this started out as a discussion of like overly sarcastic productions, the YouTube channel, and just general world lore. Like, where do you guys like to start when you're writing your own personal world lore? Because yeah, I like heavily to look at all of these different mythologies, not just Western mythologies as well. It really depends, Hellman, in what order you do Titans and Dragons, basically. Were they around at the same time, or were Titans deemed as gods, like in the Greek mythos? Because my world does have Titans, Empyrean Titans. They also have Eldritch Titans, because Empyrean and Eldritch kind of goes hand in hand with basically the giant, spoopy, unknown kind of situation. Yes, I absolutely love some of Hawaii's, and I know that I'm going to butcher how you say that correctly as an Australian, But I do love some of the myths of Hawaii. So true, maybe. Well, I think Zeus and his ilk were the last of the Olympians. Yeah. See, I personally, and I think this is Zelda, I love the explanation for, I think there are a couple of volcano spirits, so like 4 sisters, that basically to explain like different ecosystems. Pele is the one that obviously a lot of people know, but I do actually really like the story of the ones that kind of essentially bobsled or like toboggan down the side of a mountain kind of thing. They were really, really cool. True. Most of my world lore is inherently inspired by players, but a lot of it is but some of the players' stories as well is heavily influenced by the ideas of the stories that I actually build for the characters. For example, for anyone who doesn't know, in the current Tuesday game that I run, we have a tiefling player who is heavily leaning on the Norse god Njordr's plotline. Ah, the Furbolgs, yes. See, Hellman, you'll see in my game that if you do end up watching the streamed game, you will see that a big element of what will be happening in this particular game is the metaphysical principles of essentially what makes a god. That is a question that is going to be asked in this particular playthrough. Because it is a question that a philosopher within my world in the first era actually asked. Because if a god requires prayers and praise to exist, isn't that just another form of essentially energy conversion, like maintaining food or drink? And if so, and belief therefore cripples a god, or lack of belief, should I say, cripples a god, does that mean that they are not truly a god? And this is an element that they're going to basically be able to discover this time around in this story. So I'm really, really looking forward for them to play that out. Egrup Day, yes, Egrup Day was one thing that happened. And the Fire Dancer and the Porglings. Yes, the Porglings were a very interesting race, playable race. Oh, see, that's kind of cool. I like that theory. Having 2 moons is very interesting. I did briefly think about giving my world 3 moons, and then I wondered what that would do to the shifters of the world. Because, yes, what happens to the shifters of the world if you put 2 moon cycles, which it depends. Are the moon cycles on the same cycle, or are they different? Egrup Day was the frogs, yes. I think you're thinking of Gurday. Gurday, yeah. Oh, see, that's interesting, Tide Runner. Yes, Gurday, Evil One. And hello, Evil One. How are you? Double moon, double shifter. I did briefly think that different moons had different, like, if when I originally had the idea of doing 3 moons, I did think that shifters would go through different phases, and the only time that they would actually ever fully shift was when it was a triple full moon. Otherwise, the different moons would affect them differently. And yes, for anyone wondering, Gur Day is basically a community day within my world where basically the town gets trashed the night before. No one knows really who, but in this particular town, it was the local wildlife. Completely trashed the town after getting absolutely rip-roaring drunk. And then the next day, the community comes together to basically clean up the town, so town cleanup day, but also as a way to get to re-bond with their neighbours. And it was named after the small marsupial and his ilk that were responsible, which had been lovingly named Gur by the person who had adopted him as a pet, basically. Yes, I think that's the one I've heard of. Yeah, the fight between the 2 goddesses, Zelda. Yeah, there is some really, really cool myths and stories around that. Yeah, Zephyr. Zelda will obviously be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that is somewhere around that element, yes. So yes, at the moment we are just putting in these cliffs around, and then once the cliffs are in, I can actually just flesh out the any grassy areas that are not properly covered and things like that. Oh, really? That's cool, Zelda. That is really, really cool. I can't even imagine there being a volcano while it's snowing. I mean, Australia, we don't really have... I don't think Australia has any real active volcanoes in the area. I think the closest ones happen, I think the closest ones that happen are around New Zealand. So I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, see, that's really, really cool. See, we have a little bit of a tropical thing going on in Australia, but we tend to be a bit more of your monsoonal style tropics. That being said, there are areas of Australia during winter that do actually get snow. I don't know if that's a commonly known fact about Australians, or Australia, should I say, that we do actually get snow at times. But it's not a commonly seen thing. But yeah, sometimes it does actually get cold enough for it to snow in areas of Australia. But yeah, you're not going to see it like in early midwinter or something like that. Yeah, I think we have some underwater volcanoes, but not, I don't think any of them are close enough to make massive differences to like our ecology. It's mostly, I think it's mostly around New Zealand when we actually start to see the effects, basically. I think I'm gonna need to put some extra grass in there. Yeah, I think that's what it comes down to. Oh, there you go. But yeah, I think what Zephyr said, Tyrant, is pretty. Oh, there you go. Yeah. I think a lot of volcanoes have been erupting around Greece and things like that as well, I think, lately. One red, one blue is kind of cool. Definitely. See, I wonder, Zelda, because when we say we live in Australia, obviously we get a lot of the, well, you guys have a lot of poisonous animals and things like this. I imagine that's kind of in the same realm of, you live around volcanoes. Hi, Cleric in a Box, how are you? It is wonderful to have you here, but I do have to question, why is your Cleric in a box? That is not necessarily a safe place for it. Well, actually, it could be a really safe place for a cleric to be. I'm a mimic. A mimic disguised as a first aid kit. I can understand that. You know what? Clever. I like it. Really, really like it. If I fits, I sits. It does remind me of the cat box mimic that I did indeed borrow from somebody. Portable cleric, yeah. Yes, Tyrant. If you name a business, I usually let you name the NPC running it. Oh, yes, I am using Incarnate. And hello. Now I'm going to butcher this. Rumigui? I know, welcome. It's great having you here. Yes, using Incarnate to build the world map for one of my players' characters. They have already generously actually created the world, but they just wanted me to give my little, well, not the world, the place that their character lives. They just wanted me to go over it, give a little bit of more of my spin on it so it fits in with the rest of the world maps. A poisonous creature, yeah. A cleric in a box, though. A mimic a cleric mimic in a box. Seriously, like the whole idea of a first aid kit that's just a mimic. Oh, where did I see that? I think I might have seen it on Twitter, of the Survive and Adapt Gary. The mimic that looks like an attractive woman. Remy. Well, I wanted to make sure that I got it right. Or at least as not offensively as possible. And obviously some people's names are easier to pronounce than others, so... You'd be surprised, Remy, that a lot of people end up shortening mine to Boom, not Boo. So... Ooh, Lava Lake. That's kind of cool. Mermaid combined with a deep sea anglerfish. Yes. Love that concept. I feel like we saw something similar happen recently in Luca, didn't we? The fact that in terms of sea monsters, there was like his uncle who was essentially a deep sea anglerfish style. Which, you know, why wouldn't there be a type of Triton that is a deep sea anglerfish? Yeah. Really cool. Lava Lake though. I'm still excited about the idea of a lava lake. Now, I'm assuming, if you can see the shadow here, Tide Runner, I'm assuming these are gated off fences so no one can just willy-nilly walk into the forest. Yeah. And no creatures can get out, unless they fly, of course, because might be interesting. You are not the only one, cleric. I have the same problem. The maps that I'm actually building right now are designed to be for my upcoming game that I'm going to be streaming in about 3 weeks. And yeah, when the news hit, there was a part of me that's like, do I change to a new system? But my problem is I really like the Roll20 system. I just hate what Wizards of the Coast are doing with this OGL. Volcanoes at night would be beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's the problem. I love... So I started in the tabletop sphere 6 years ago. So I've been DMing for 6 years now. Before that, I had no experience with any tabletop games at all. So this was my first and only experience. And I know that there are other systems out there, and I know that, and don't get me wrong, I also want to try other systems, and I actually currently am trying other systems over on Evil One's channel, which you can check. The games are down in the About section. I'm in a Power Rangers game. I'm in a Star Wars game, which is Fantasy Flights. I know that this year Evil One also wants to get a Vampire the Masquerade and also an Aliens game up and running, I think. Savage Worlds, yes. See, when all of this kind of dropped, there have been a couple of other systems. When I initially considered, like, when I started to decide whether I was going to run this game or not, I did originally look at the cyberpunk setting, because the setting itself, as you'll see if you hang around with this, is going to be slightly more futuristic. And so I did the only reasonable thing that anyone does in these situations, which is Google how to run a sci-fi setting in D&D, which Reddit basically unequivocally told me don't. But the problem is, you know, a lot of the people I play with really enjoy D&D, like the system itself. And I run a lot of homebrew and custom stuff as well. So, yeah. See, I was recently looking at the cipher system as well. But the worst thing is that I'm kind of worried about is starting this stream and sharing it with everybody and, you know, getting to be a part of that with everyone who kind of follows my Twitch channel, and then having to turn around and say, sorry, you know, we're going to have to go private with it. So I am a little bit worried about that. I've heard Savage Worlds is good. I'm kind of excited because today Kobold Press did release their statement referring to Project Black Flag. And I love Kobold Press's work. I have all 3 editions of Tome of Beasts. Love their work, love their monsters. Cannot recommend them highly enough. I know that DM Dave has also put out a statement that he is creating his own system as well. So yeah, I love Kobold Press. Their monsters are absolutely wonderful. If you haven't checked out Kobold Press, especially the Tome of Beasts 1, 2, and 3, do so. You know, so I very much highly recommend them. And thank you for the follow, Cleric in the box. It's wonderful to have you here. Absolutely love it. Welcome to the community. So, yeah, the biggest, and for me, the hardest part is, so the world that I'm designing this for, I've been running this world now for 6 years. It has 4 eras that have happened within the world. Different technological eras, different storylines that actually all correlate into this massive amount of world lore, which, you know, I do occasionally talk about on stream. So, but I'm just, and you know, I don't want to stop running that. I don't want to stop building on that because, as you will see, I'm sure that because I will play the trailer at some point during this stream, the trailer for the game that's upcoming, every character in that trailer is a player, is an old player character. Yeah, well, that's one of the things that drew me to this is the collaborative Swolikov. Yeah, Swolikov. Yeah, that's why I enjoy running D&D. It's why I enjoy being a part of this, is because I love the collaborative process of creating not just my world and seeing where that story goes, but also what the players want to do in it. The collaborative storytelling process with the players. Thank you, Tyrant Dungeon. I'm sure you will make Tide Runner very happy with redeeming that save. Definitely don't forget to save. What? It's catching on. Yeah, that's a thing that I don't always save as much as I probably should. One of these days it's going to come to bite me in the behind. Oh, thank you for the stretch as well. For any of you creators who sit at a computer for far too long, creators, gamers, all that kind of stuff, you should also stretch. I'm sure your back and your various chiropractors or whatnot will love it for you. And also, yeah, drink some water, especially, you know, because everyone needs water. It doesn't matter if it's winter or summer. I do appreciate my wonderful players keeping an eye on me, making sure I'm staying hydrated. I just had to quickly go and check if my back door was closed because there was a giant fly in here. And anyone who knows Australia's flies know how annoying they can be when they get in. My question is, how does Tide Runner manage to get into that position? Let's be honest though. Like, where do his legs go? I feel like you have more leg than necessary to be able to do it though. So Tide Runner is actually going to be in this game. He is playing the wonderful Harsaruk Mistweaver, and this is actually his hometown that we are actually currently creating. He is a legacy character, meaning that his character's great-grandfather, who is still alive in the world even 1,000 years after the previous campaign, because of course he's a druid. He's still in the world, but he is basically playing his own great-grandson, who is going out into the world and discovering the problems and whatnot. He is not the only legacy character, actually, that is going to be in play. We also have Professor Bow Smells. He is a tabaxi. He is a hairless cat tabaxi because he is actually... We are using the stats for a tabaxi for him, but essentially he is actually a hairless cat that was a cat, but he was awakened by for lack of a better term, a dream god. And, awakened and raised as a child. So it is entirely possible that Vedetta could. Even if Vedetta doesn't, Vedetta could have family. Vedetta could have had children. It is entirely possible. Oh dear goodness. I suppose that is always the question, isn't it? So yes, the current party makeup, to my knowledge, as the DM, because everybody is actually in the process of creating their characters at the moment. At the moment we have, and it is a bit of a mixed bag because there are a lot of custom species and sub-races to choose from. No, if you need to sleep, please do, Zelda. Because, forgive me if I'm wrong, if you are in Hawaii, it's somewhere in and around between 3 and 6 a.m. for you, I'm assuming. So, you get a massive kudos from me of dedication for still being awake for this. $130, that's not too bad. Definitely not too bad. But yes, if you fall asleep, enjoy the sleep. Trust me, sleep is important. Around here, we do advocate that D&D is just a game, and our stream, well, as much as I love having you here, obviously, a stream is just a stream. If you need to sleep, sleep, because sleep is important. Yes. Getting sick first day back, that's a move and a half. Alan. I do like Alvin. Owlin, should I say? Alvin, Alvin the Chipmunk. No, I do like the Owlin. But yeah, we're going to see a bit of a mixed bag with this campaign because, yes, I did spend a stupidly inordinate amount of time making it so that there was like 100 and... I will admit it is over 3 different planes of existence, but 136 playable races and species. Or sub-races and species to choose from. And some of those are variations on Aarakocra and things like this. Obviously, the Owlin I did make as a separate subspecies altogether, rather than mash them in with Aarakocra, so they had their own stuff. 131. There you go, 131. Because of course Tyrant Dungeon counted for me. I do appreciate the math skills because anyone that has played in my games knows that I math so good. That is clearly sarcasm. I do not. I do not math good in the slightest. Yes. The worst part about this is my shame has also been recorded for posterity. But yeah, so there's like 131 races and species and sub-races. And yeah, just at the moment, what we have in the party is we have a Raken Urbanite Ranger, which is a raccoon person. Urbanite Ranger, purely because the player gets an ability called Parkour, which when you meet the player eventually, you will understand that it is one of their things. Yes, Owlins and Rogues, naturally stealthy, like that. But yeah, so Raken Ranger, we have a Simic Hybrid Alchemist, which is its own class. We also have a Kalishtar Warlock. We also have, obviously, the Tabaxi Warlock as well, which the Tabaxi Warlock also has a custom pact of the Boogie Woogie Woogie, because their Warlock patron is their 2 pseudo Dream God dads. And we also have a sub-race of the Aasimar. We have a Titan-born Aasimar. Titan-born Aasimar, and he is also a custom... He is a third party, should I say, not custom. Third party class known as a Paragon from the Corpus Angelus, which was a Kickstarter I supported this year. So... which, of course, I wanted to get to see and see utilised, basically. Rick is done. That excites me. I'm excited. He's so cool. Very, very cool. So basically, rather than seeing our beautiful faces while we are doing this stream as well, the wonderful Tyrant Dungeon is actually making talk sprites for us that will look like all of the players' characters. So hey, in my games, who knows? The Tuesday group adopted a child. His name was Snitch. And how many pets does your character have at this point in time? Really? I can't force you to take them. You can't say I forced you to do anything if you ended up adding them to the party. I did nothing. I did well, no, they just kind of hung out with you. And did they make your life harder by existing around you, the red pandas? I thought they came in exceptionally handy. Now, obviously, now, is this the only island that actually has waterfalls? I've been playing TTRPGs now about 6 years. That's basically it. That is my whole resume, basically. I will say though, over the last 6 years, there was a period there where I was running like 4 D&D games a week, which they were all custom. They weren't modules or anything like that. So you will quickly, Cleric, see that I have a level of insanity that borders upon sadistic when it comes to building my own stuff. I like giving my players an absolute metric butt ton of choice. And so yeah, over 6 years I have essentially created this whole world, the lore behind it, and things like this. Yes, I do get a little pedantic with my map building. 23 years, that's impressive. Congratulations. I may do yet. Put in some extra waterfalls. We'll see. It's a very cute doodle. I will say that. Obviously, for people who can't see it, Tyrant Dungeon drew a very cute picture of his character, Professor Smells, with one of his, in inverted commas, like air quotes, dads. And it's very cute. Well, I suppose he is his dad. There's no real need for air quotes. But 23 years. 21 years of DMing. Has that all been D&D, or have you just... but what other systems have you tried? Just trying to think of where I would put some rivers and waterfalls. Okay. If D&D dies. Yeah. See, that's the problem. And that's exactly where I'm kind of at the moment. Like, I want to be prepared just in case. Savage Worlds. Yeah, I have heard. See, I'm not particularly familiar with Savage Worlds. I have heard of it. So, like, what is the actual, like, major premise of it, I guess? Because obviously, is it still a D20 system, or is it, like, what, I suppose, how is it majorly different, or is it very kind of system friendly and adjacent? D6. Okay. Oh god. I mean, it is not necessarily a bad idea to have a love for characters. I tend to be a kind of player that I don't like creating a new character until the one that I'm playing, something happens to them, just on the off chance that I absolutely love the new character that I've created. Yeah. There was no... I did actually originally think of running this game in the Fate system. But the other thing is, a lot of my players really... Hindrances, so negatives. See, that's interesting. See, yeah. It's funny you say that, Cleric, because, yeah, during the interview process, obviously, a big part, because I do interview the players that come into my games. One of the things that I did end up finding myself saying is that the way that I DM is that I do like to run adversity in my games, i.e., I'm not necessarily going to make every single situation awful and horrible and things like this, because I do still like, I will admit, a lot of my players are also very chaotic, but I do like playing the fact that there is something to overcome, basically. That you have to overcome tyrannical rule, you have to, you know, I like the fact that the hero's journey, and this is kind of indicative of the kind of fantasy that I enjoy as well, is I like the hero's journey to very much be that, the hero's journey, and not just the upsides of being a hero, i.e., oh, you're just immensely powerful. No, usually, and the thing that's, you know, never really kind of looked at, or as of late, it hasn't, it kind of feels like it's not looked at, but sure, you are occasionally going to run into people in the heroic field. Yeah, exactly. And I turn around and I say, you know, the point is, the way that I see the way I see my role as the DM is that while as the DM I am there to put stumbling blocks in your character's way and enemies in your character's way, and you know, I have to be the bad guy, I as the DM also want you to win. I just don't want you to find it easy. You know, because there's no character growth through easiness. And I'm okay. Like, your character may fail. Your character may have to run away. Thank you for redeeming the save. I will save for you, Tide Runner. Yeah, exactly. But the fact is, the DM, while they have to be your adversary, because that is their literal role, I want to see success. Exactly. I want you to win. That's where the enjoyment of the game comes, that watching your players overcoming those overwhelming odds and everything pushing against them to be the person that they wanted to be. And that doesn't always have to be, yeah, friendly fuck you. That doesn't always have to be the heroic path. Like, I don't make all my party be an entirely good party. They don't all have to have the same moral alignment or anything like that. They just have to have a common goal. You know, the only thing I have generally found that doesn't necessarily work within that narrative is obviously the chaotic evil in a good party. Because chaotic evil is kind of mostly out for themselves and will screw everybody over, which doesn't always work. But generally I find that, you know, to make you have to have a common goal for the way the party works. But also, not only that, I also run with the opinion, I call it selective metagaming, i.e. on some subconscious level, your characters are aware that they have to stay together. And that's more like the players have to find a reason to stay together. Insofar as, you know, they're a party. They have to, yeah, they have to find a reason to continue working together. Otherwise, it's not going to work. You know, and that doesn't mean that they always have to get along. I do have, everything kind of has a blanket rule of communication first. Yeah, exactly. Everything has a blanket rule for mine of communication first, but as a general rule, I have strong rules against, for example, I don't allow inter-party theft, i.e. you cannot steal from fellow players, just because I've never seen that work well. It never works out well, unless it is discussed by the players outside of character, like just in the Discord or whatever beforehand. Same with inter-party conflict. I am a-okay with players fighting, like physically fighting, as long as it has been discussed first. But I also generally have a blanket rule that player characters cannot kill other player characters. Again, I don't see how it ends up working well, but it does still come with the caveat that, hey, anything's free game if you talk about it first. Exactly, cleric. As long as the players are okay with it, you know, that's the main thing. And that's what it comes down to. I don't have in my Discord server, I don't have a long laundry list of rules of how to treat people. It comes with just a caveat of basically don't be a dick. And that goes across the board. Treat everyone with respect. If you wouldn't say it to a person, like if there's a comment that you have that you wouldn't say to someone in person, don't say it. Yeah, I don't feel like in a lot of cases you need a long laundry list of rules. If you are, basically I have a strong, if you see something, say something. I have a strong stance of proper social etiquette, not microphone etiquette or anything like that, but obviously that's important in an online game. But it's more a proper social etiquette, i.e. if you were to meet people in person, would you say these things? Oh, for God's sake, Tide Runner. Are you bringing out the fire safety for us, eh? Yeah, it is very much a case of basically as long as you treat everybody in the server with respect and you speak to them respectfully, or if you have a problem, And I know that this is hard because, you know, I myself don't particularly like conflict. I don't know many people that do. But it is much better to have momentary discomfort and say something if something has bothered you and get it out of the way and get it resolved than... Well, yeah, that's exactly it, Tide Runner. Who doesn't love that? I mean, it does add to the illusion that we are at a table, you know, but it happens. It does occasionally happen, and obviously that's where the proper mic etiquette comes in, I suppose. But yeah, I don't necessarily see the need for massive amounts of rules, unless you're being out overtly a dick, essentially. Oh, jeez. Cleric, I feel that on a deep intrinsic level. Yeah, I think I said that recently to my players. I think I actually said this yesterday. I think I said this to my players yesterday when I was talking to them about some world building stuff. I'm like, why are you like this? Because the first town they're stopping in is called Corkwood. Well, you can imagine how well that's going for me already. They're not even in the world yet. See, this is... What? See, Cleric, I very much have the opinion that, yeah, I created the world, but it is a pen and paper world. I can always recreate it if they burn it to the ground. So I just let them play in the world as they would want to do. But I have had to have discussions with players as well of, they're like, why would I want to be a hero? Why would I want to save the world? And I'm like, maybe because the world is where your character keeps their stuff because they live in it. You know, that's should be enough of a reason to want to save the world, right? Look, I'm aware that Tyrant Dungeon wants to graffiti the sign. That's okay. I have no problems with Bao getting arrested first session in. If that, you know, if they get caught. Actually, that is true. Zephyr does need revenge for the rock rumor, I must admit. Hey, look. If you want to graffiti the sign, graffiti the sign. I can't be mad. It's not the lowest hanging fruit, to be honest, in the world creation. So I've had time. I've had my vent. I got over it, Tide Runner. It's fine. Yeah, I can't be too mad. And I'm assuming that when Evil One was referring to James Mason, Captain James Mason, for the name of the kobold captain of the ferry, referring to the actor, was it 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, James Mason, or was it Yellowbeard James Mason? That's what I have to ask Evil One. I'm not sure. James Mason is. And that's why I need to know, Zephyr, if he meant Yellowbeard. Do you consider a PNG tuber? You will never know. I mean, there are so many James Masons, so a PNG tuber? Am I one? You did make me one, this is true. I mean, I very rarely, well, it's not until recently that I started putting my face on Twitch as part of streams, and that's only because we use webcams for the Power Ranger game over on Eva One's channel, which is on Monday nights, if anyone is intrigued by that. I haven't used it yet. I'm saving it for the game. I'm saving it for like the grand reveal that everyone gets, like the fancy new avatars. I have showed it off though. Mimic model, that's so cool. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to put my face on for a while, but then because we do Power Rangers, basically the guys I play Power Rangers with, which is Uzumeka, Barricade, and I believe it's that Steve Man 77, I think. They wanted to use webcams for Power Rangers, so now I put my face on the internet, which, let's be honest, my face was already on the internet because of my job. So, you know, that got to get that cross promotion in, because in my job I am an audiobook narrator by trade. So, doubt anyone's heard any of my books. I apologize if well, no. I cannot judge anyone's style of books they read. However, I do like to say, if you get the opportunity, please read David Parker Ross's work. They are fantastic. The Perception series, absolutely love it. Cannot recommend more. So yeah, there is that. But yeah, so obviously, the more and more I've become, I've needed to have like an online persona. I've kind of relaxed it more and more about actually having my face on the internet because, well, I can't avoid it at this point, so. I mean, if you're talking about the romances, they're not all bad. I do several different romances, depending on what you like reading as well. Like I said, everyone has different types of books. I personally like reading a whole variety of books, so, you know, it is what it is. But yes, I also love Cara Malone's books. Obviously, I read for her. So again, cannot recommend highly enough. If you love some good sapphic romance. Yeah, Cleric, I mean, you've been DMing for long enough, so you would know what this is like. All the dirty jokes that your players make about place names, you know, they've been made. There is a number of towns and creations in my world, thanks to my players, partially because I do allow people to use channel points on here to name businesses, name NPCs. When we were doing the world maps, which I can give a quick. So that's the Feyawyr or Feyawyr. We've got Enthalemere, which is the material plane, and we have Nethreg, which is the Hells. So while I was building all of these, I did allow players to actually name places. Yeah, I this is basically part of the reason I stream my map builds, is it forces me to sit down and actually build maps for my world. Bingus? You want Bingus in there? You want Bingus in there? Okay. So who is Bingus? I mean, are we referring the Bingus? You don't know who the Bingus is? Give me a second. Bingus and Professor Smells could look very, very... it's a bit of an inside joke made popular by Corp's husband. And he's a hairless Sphinx cat, so Professor Smells and Bingus could be, you know, brothers. Yeah. I'm cool, aren't I? All hail the Bingus. Wait, when you picked Bingus, I do have to ask, when you picked Bingus, did you not know? No, I don't. I don't know. I don't know Corp's husband personally. He seems like a nice guy though, from what I have seen of him. No, I don't have a double life in America. Not that I know of. That would be impressive. Okay, so you want Bingus as an NPC. So who is Bingus? What does he do? What species is he? Bingus could be Bao's body double. Definitely. Wait, okay, so you've redeemed to name an NPC. So Bingus. He's a magician's most prized rabbit? Or he's Bao's doppelganger? What do we want? Okay. Okay. What does he actually do though? Because apart from being an absolute body double for you. Yeah, have a think. Because this is the thing, for people who don't know, when you redeem your channel points for naming a business or naming an NPC, I basically ask you all of the elements of that, like what you exactly want. Like what kind of business is it? What species of character? And there are a lot of species. So if you have a kind of idea that you would like to try, always, yeah. There's not inherently anything too crazy. For my particular world setting. So, one of the playable species that characters can play, because we are starting in the Feyawyr, they can play a Dullahan in my world setting. I do allow that. I personally like to turn around and say, well, the Aarakocra sub races, because we've got the white ibis, we've got the penguin, we've got the flamingo, I don't think we actually have a flamingo. I think we've got a peacock, a hummingbird. So we've got all of those. We've got, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. We've also got different types of Dragonborns depending on where they originated. So in some ways, I suppose there is a level of restrictedness on the pure basis that I have made things blend a lot in with regionality. So for example, human variant isn't an option in my world, just because there are different types of human available for the players to choose from depending on where they want to originate from, and their stats are different. Because I do still adhere to ability score modifiers in my games, but I do generally keep it to the physicalities, not the actual, not always to the mental stats. Because in my opinion, mental stats can always be something that are learned and worked upon as you get older and things like this. Physical stats also, again, the whole point of it is your character has room to grow. They don't start out amazing. But with that being said, I also have the adherence as well that in reality, most players, if 10 is your common person in a D&D world, and having 10s across the board makes you average, it means that all player characters are essentially Mary Sue's in my humble opinion. I know that won't be necessarily a good opinion held by everybody, but the fact is, player characters be built different, and that's why they are usually chosen to be heroes of their campaigns. They do the jobs that no one else will do, and let's point out, most hero characters are usually not doing what they're doing because they have happy lives. How many player characters do you know have written themselves super tragic backstories? Let's be honest. You just opened it, did you? Exactly. Now both of you know who Bingus is. Yeah, I think it was something that I think Corpse Husband started, and then he and Saikuno used it a lot when they were playing Among Us in the 2021 period. Amogus, yes. See, that's wholesome, Zephyr. Very wholesome. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, how many people have written really tragic, sad boy backstories for their characters? I mean, part of the reason that the reason that Professor Bao actually exists is because Tyrant Dungeon wants to play a character who's not super sad. Super sad boy, soft sad boy vibes. I have every belief somehow Professor Bao Smells will end up having sad boy vibes. Okay, so, Bingus. We're thinking... Wait. The idea of Bingus... What, that he's... Yeah, I'm okay with him. I'm trying to follow the conversation. So he's essentially Bao's doppelganger. I'm happy with that. What are we thinking that he's doing? An average accountant? Yeah, we can do an average accountant. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Wait, is that what we're actually doing there with Tide Runner's opinion there? A crazy stalkery fan cult? Okay, yeah. If my mouse stops moving, it's because I'm just making little paper notes. Easily done.
The feeling behind my eyes. You stood out 'cause you were in red. Then, against my intentions, I let you turn me violet instead. Summer high.
The only thing I can recommend for a sniffly nose that I've found that works, because obviously I do end up having to have I can't operate very well with a sniffly nose, unfortunately, in my profession. I also have hay fever, but antihistamines can help at least with the runniness of the nose a little bit, even when you have a cold. That, drink plenty of fluids, get plenty of rest. You know, all those responsible grown-up things that you're supposed to do to look after yourself. But, I mean, don't listen to me. I'm not your mom. Yeah, grown-up things. It'd be hard like that, though. But unfortunately, we do have to sometimes do the grown-up things.
At the festival that we met at, where you were just a face in a crowd, and now I can't imagine me with anybody else. As we close out the night underneath the lilac sky, summer high, met you in August, New York, back to my cold apartment. Distance sucks, but at least I'm still with you. White out skies, middle November. You and I, flights to wherever. I don't mind as long as it's with you. As long as it's with you. As long as it's with you.
I'm not 100% sure, but I highly recommend it. I myself am trying to adhere to that proper rest mentality. Yeah, having a head cold will do that though. That is one thing that I will actually leave entirely up to you, Tide Runner, because this is your creation that I am merely pimping up. Pimping up? That feels like that's the wrong word. I'm just zhuzhing it up. Yes. You know what? Maybe it's a reality TV show in the world. Valcor and I today did come up with today the concept of because you can buy sunglasses obviously as items in the world. There are potentially two brands of at least that I know of fun, expensive sunglasses chains. We have, I believe, Feyawyrs and Folkleys. Yes, have fun lurking. Yeah, thank you for stopping by, Cleric. It's wonderful to have you here. So thank you for stopping by, and yeah, go get some rest. I am here usually well, for me, being in Australia, Monday mornings. Wednesdays, it's either in the morning or in the evening like today, but it is on a fortnightly schedule because I usually play in a D&D game on Wednesdays fortnightly over on Evil One's channel and Saturday nights. I will redeem the save for you, Tide Runner. Thank you for requesting it. Bye, Cleric. Thank you for the follow, Tigress the Tiger. It's wonderful to have you here. Welcome to the crazy shenanigans that is the State of Anarchy map building stream. Yeah, you think that you lose a lot of time with all of this placing, like the placing of things and whatnot. A lot more than you think as well. So, but it is worth it when it looks phenomenal in the end. And I haven't even started shading anything yet. Look, I will just be happy, Tide Runner, if I manage somehow crazily to hit that 100 followers tonight. I know, only 4 more to go. Scary thought. I hadn't, like, when I hit 50, even then I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, in terms of, I feel like there's something I should do to reward my followers for, you know, their absolute amazingness for following me in this crazy situation that is just map building and just chatting, and, you know, because I love having them here. I'm using Incarnate. It is a browser-led map builder. They do have a free subscription, but you can also, I think it is a small monthly fee. You can actually have the pro system, which is what I use, obviously. But I also build an absolute butt ton of maps. And what the pro gets you is just different textures, all access to all of their assets, which, for example, if I get rid of the tree, so you get all of these assets for like fantasy battle maps, regional, world, parchment, watercolor battle maps. So you can build everything from top-down battle maps. You can also build different styles of maps, as well as like I'm trying to think of the name. I want to say ISO. Yeah, we need a Nightbot incarnate shout out. But yeah, so you can make all different styles of maps. I use them to build my town maps. I also use them to build battle maps and things like this. And the more you play around with it, the easier it gets to figure out. And even then, like, I've now used it for a reasonable amount of time. And even then, I still figure out things that I could be doing differently, that I could be improving on, like, to make things better. But, you know, you can build things like this. This is my version of the Hells. I have this set as I'm editing this at 3K. It does, as standard, edit at 2K, but you can save all the way up to your maps all the way up to 8K if you would like to. So yeah, it's a fantastic program. Can't recommend it highly enough. The only thing I will say is if you are trying to build a more sci-fi based map or campaign, they do have some slightly futuristic, some slightly futuristic components to it. But they don't have anything that's particularly, like, ridiculously modern. Fantasy battle maps, I think it is. The most that they kind of go up to is steampunk. Giving it a hot second to load. Steampunk is probably as far as I go in terms of technology, or even like the train technology. But beyond that, it's mostly your very sword and sorcery style fantasy world building. But down here in the filters and things like that, you can kind of recolor things and whatnot to help them work to your advantage with what you're trying to build, which I end up doing actually quite a lot, which is how, if I zoom out and go fit screen, it's how, like, this kind of world map behind has this, if I turn that off, has this kind of purplish hue to it. And you can change the opacity and all this kind of stuff as well. Also, for anyone wondering, I have currently been using for my music source No Copyright Sounds stream. Their arcade stream. Great music if you like this kind of slight dancey music. But if you like a bit more of a lo-fi chill vibe, I also like chill hop. Some lo-fi girl stuff is usable as well. Yeah, I got a little work to do. Yeah, it's a work in progress. It's something that I will probably slowly chip away at over the next few streams. For the most part, it normally takes me maybe 4 streams to get a town done. Maybe between 4 and 6. Thank you, Tydrona, for figuring that out. Thank you, Nightbot. You're not all bad. Moderator privileges has their bonus. Quoten Fetsa. Hi, how are you? I don't publish them yet. I had actually talked with some people because they're kind of system agnostic anyway, because they could be used for any game, to be honest. I had thought about putting them up on a Patreon or something if people were interested. I wanted to make sure I've got enough of them to make it worth anybody's time, but I also didn't know if anyone would be interested enough in actually wanting them. Just because, yeah, I know that there are a lot of people out there who really enjoy building their own maps. And like I said, a big part of the reason I started this stream was to make sure I sat down and just, you know, it makes me sit down and do these maps. And yeah, I just didn't know if there would be enough, I suppose, desire for them. But yeah, if people were interested, I would have to figure out a place where to put them. I'm using them for my D&D campaign that is upcoming shortly. It will be on this channel on Saturday nights, when I usually hold my usual Saturday night map stream. That's when it will be. Yeah, part of the reason that I make these maps is because I end up using them. But I will say the base map that I'm actually copying for this one, or I suppose tracing over, was created by Tidrunner. This is his character's village. And yeah, he just wanted me to kind of give it my touch so it kind of fits in with the rest of the world. I don't like that. More this one. I'll go. Nope, don't want to subtract. Want to add so that there's grass under there. Yeah, there's Tigress. I actually do really enjoy building the maps. Which is kind of what's put me in a little bit of a predicament with how I'm actually going to display them. Because I obviously want people to be able to see them when we're streaming and stuff like this. Especially for you guys who do sit and watch the streams and things like this. So yeah, I do want you guys to be able to see them, but I have but one computer though, so not sure how I'm going to display the dice roller, and obviously the wonderful Tyrant Dungeon is doing talk sprites for us, because they are a wonderful resident artist for all of the character concept art and things like this that we're using. But yeah, I'm in a bit of a pickle basically, because I don't know how I'm going to display the Roll20, because we will be playing this in Roll20. But I want to display it from a player's perspective. This will, I will say, quote and sack, this will probably take me more than 2 weeks to build. Because the thing that kind of cuts down how long it'll take to build is how many hours I get to dedicate to it. So, for example, this stream will go through till midnight for me. So, about another hour for me. And then I will be back doing this again on Saturday night for another, I think, about 4 hours. So we'll see how far I get on that. But the thing that I end up finding that kind of adds to that, it is, and even then I go back and I have to tweak. I go back and I tweak and tweak and tweak, or I will go back and I will look at the map and I'll see that I've missed something, or I have, especially on the world maps, use the same town name twice really close to each other. It's up to you, Tydrana. You can do that if you'd like. Yeah, so it becomes it does take me a bit of time, and it is just that slog of going back over and over and over things. As you'll see shortly, once I've got these, obviously this placing of stamps does take a bit of time, especially just to make it look natural and cohesive. But what you'll see soon is very shortly I have to colour, I actually have to colour all of this grass. So if I turn this off, it's all one kind of block colour and everything like this. I'm actually going to go through and put in shadow under all this, because you can probably see very vaguely there's water under here because these are floating islands. So I'll add shadow for dimension. I'll add, I haven't added cliffs in here actually. How much of most of that's going to be covered by a building. That's going to bother me. You'll quickly discover this is where I get a bit pedantic with it all, that there will be bits like this that will bother me. And so even though that's not inherently going to be seen a lot, the town isn't in space, but it is elevated above the surface of the landmass, basically. If I show you, I can't show you with the cursor. I come to the world map. These set of islands, this isn't the updated world map. I should really put the updated world map in here. Basically where Gimreeve is, and Vardomin and Selame, over in that little blockchain of islands down in the right hand bottom side, all of these islands are floating above that strait of water. So they all float in that area, and that is kind of within my actual world lore. There is actually a reason for it, and a big proponent of that is because, at least, so the Ascendant Islands, as they're called, or the Floating Islands, the Starfall Islands, they've got a couple of different names depending on which kind of nationality you speak to or regionality you speak to about their world lore. What you kind of end up discovering happened was the world was hit with a meteor in the original material plane. Actually, I know that that's bothering me, but these aren't all the way through because there's river. I need to calm down with that. So in the original material plane, so Enthalemir, back before we saw, way back when, at the end of the second era of the world, Ooh, messy code incoming. Okay. At the end of the second era of the world, it was a time of essentially the meteor, the world mass was a lot smaller. It was a landmass that had been known as Ravani, and there was a meteor that hit. And when the meteor hit, there was a group of ascendant beings called the Realm Witches, essentially, who became ascendant gods, who had the power of the elemental dragons who had created the world. And they managed to save the world, protect it, protect the people who lived within it, by creating Avani. So yes, so it did create Avani, which led to the main landmass that you see now, that is the predominating landmass throughout all three of them. Then in the third era, an event known as at the end of the third era, an event known as the Merge happened, following the rise of an eldritch entity known as the Titan King. He had attempted to return and take his place as the head god of the Pantheon and all this kind of stuff, after he had failed during the Titan War preceding the first era of the world. And a group of adventurers, heroes, stopped him, but it did lead to the merge, the pulling of the worlds, these three planes, the Hells, the Feyawyr, and the material plane, being pulled into the same planar space. So they kind of interleaved over top of one another, and create this weird mirrored sandwich. So all of the land masses look the same now because of the event of that merge, but they all still have their own characteristics, basically. And so they all have their own characteristics and things like that that make them uniquely their own, but they also have those similarities that now are shared by them sharing a planar space. Players with magic are going to be able to jump between the planes, but only there are areas where you can do it. You can't just do it willy-nilly wherever you want, just because of where the magical hotspots kind of interleave over each other in the world, which is kind of going to be like a plane shift, but also not having to know plane shift. But you know, there is that situation where those places where the worlds connect, where people can cross through, a lot of them are policed, or are just not known about, because a big reason why this is taking place in the material plane is because the world is so out of balance now in the bent towards chaos. And balance is a huge theme I use in a lot of my campaigns, but it has spent the last 4 eras bending towards chaos. And so as a way for the universe to combat that, it has now started to basically create situations and influence people towards true order, basically. But the problem is, because it's trying to overcorrect, we're now starting to see the rise of tyrannical order. And this is coming in the form of the material plane. So Anthalamir is being ruled over by a group of mages known as the Witch Queens. They basically are the tyrannical rulers who essentially are seeking to control the material plane, and anyone who lives in their domain. As you can imagine, that's not going particularly well. It has led a lot of people to flee. That started about 1,000 years ago within the scope of the world. And that led a lot of people, especially Tide Runners people, to flee to the Feywild for refuge. And so 1,000 years has passed since the events of that have happened. And so now what we will be seeing in this campaign is what is now the fourth era of the world. And in the fourth era of the world, most of the characters have grown up in the Feywild or in other places that have been unaffected by these witch queens, or have only heard stories of the witch queens from their relatives and things like this. And so they don't have the proper scope to understand. Okay, Zephyr, look after yourself. I hope you feel better at least a bit. Well, I hope you feel at least a bit better in the morning. Get some rest. I need to... You can see that I'm fighting with this right now, because this is where you'll see that you do, to a certain degree, have to take into consideration layering. They will layer over the top of each other. Yeah, they will layer over the top of each other, but there are elements where you do end up having to fight it a little bit, or you have to go back and think about where you're placing things, because it will place what was last placed over the top. So like this. And I'm trying to keep pretty consistent with what was there previously. So yeah, so that's kind of where we're at with the world. On top of that, we have moved into an age of technological advancement. Essentially, the world is at a technological level where science and magic are kind of, to a certain degree, one and the same, but we can't, but I still want there to be that level of scientific stronghold over it, because magic, so there is that level of magic in the world, because there is a lot of elements of the fact that magic in and of itself in my world is the magic in the world itself is something that is not just a metaphysical thing. It's actually got a certain level of physicality to it, because magic was found, they found a way to basically use essentially an element that was essentially raw magic, and they managed to find a way to use that as a fuel source. Because obviously in my world, I say obviously like, you know, it's only obvious if you've heard this before. But this world started out originally as the World Tree cosmology, based all around Yggdrasil. And since then, it has turned into the Triad cosmology, but the World Tree cosmology is still there. Yggdrasil is still there. This is why on the Feywild map, on the Feyawyrian map, you do see the giant tree in the center, because Yggdrasil is in prominence in the center of that. But they did discover that Yggdrasil's roots obviously reach through all the different planes, and in the third era, they had started to mine it. And refine it, and this is how they created an element that they refer to as ether. And ether is essentially the magical force that they are able to utilize as a fuel source. And so while we have technological advancement in the world, what we are actually seeing as well is magic walks hand in hand with that. But not only that, because we're starting in the Feywild, I'm having to be a little creative as well with some of the elements in terms of having to be creative with some of the ways that magic is utilized. And not only that, not just magic, but also science and technology. Because at least within my own mythos, the Fae, like a lot of, I think, real world Fae mythos, they are allergic to iron. And so I've ruled that iron and iron composites are not a utilizable resource for them. And so obviously, because the technology has also advanced to a certain point, we have armor which is on par with like Kevlar, but they don't call it Kevlar because obviously Kevlar is a real world named brand and things like this. So I don't usually like pertaining to real world stuff like this, but I will happily do tongue-in-cheek stuff. But I think we've called it resin plate armor, kind of referring to there is a way of armor lamination that was used in a lot of cultures. We see a lot of it primarily in Japanese and Chinese cultures for their plate style armors and things like that. And so, you know, the idea is, the Fae still use those kind of methods, but they have also made composites that are stronger and things like this. Obviously, ceramic is used, other metals are used like tungsten, titanium, and a lot of my world building stuff that I'll do will end up just being flavor texting stuff. I have also taken a lot of references from various third-party sources for help. In particular, Heliana's Guide to Monster Hunting, the Corpus Angelus, the Corpus Malicious, the ultra-modern 5e supplement has been really helpful for modernizing certain aspects of the campaign. Trying to think of what else I've used. A variety of different stuff. Everything from some D&D wiki. We've got and I've just kind of played with and tweaked things to suit what I need it to do, basically. I kind of run with the principle as well that, my players are strong, but if my players have... So, for example, my players will have access to grenades. See, I haven't restricted them on the salt thing, but I have restricted them with iron. Also, because we are starting in a Fae setting, every character who is within reason, who is born within the Feywild, is automatically gets Fae ancestry, and that goes for the players obviously too. And they don't just have to be elves; it's anyone who is born within the Fae gets Fae ancestry. Tidrunner's character and Zegent's character, their characters will be exception to this rule, because obviously their characters, while they were born in the Feywild, they were also born to very insulated communities who haven't, even in 1,000 years since leaving the material plane, they have still kept very much to their own communities and haven't really looked outside of those communities for diversity, if that makes sense. So they're a very insular community. They were, even when they were on even when they were on Anthalamir. So yeah, I do tend to discuss a lot of stuff with my players in terms of like story concepts I have. If they're like, oh well, no, that really wouldn't work for what I want to do with my character, then we tweak it. Because yeah, the whole process is designed to be a collaborative process. I'm just going to take a quick 2-minute break to go to the bathroom. So for that, I will actually play the trailer for you if you like. So give me one moment. I will be right back. Okay. That's fun. Music. Let's put the music back on. I hope you enjoyed that anyway, for those people who haven't seen it yet. So yes. But yeah, so every character in that trailer has existed in my world as a player character. So yeah, there have been a lot of player characters in this game. Over 6 years, I will say, all of those characters have been over 6 years. And some of them are in play now in my Tuesday campaign, which is taking place in the first era of the world. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it for those who haven't seen it. But yeah, so it's been a long process, basically, creating this world that I'm really excited to get to share with people, basically, and actually, you know, letting people be a part of it. Like, the way that I like running my stream, you know, is I do still want it to feel a little bit like we are people playing D&D at a friend's house, and sometimes people occasionally wander through while we're playing, and, you know, people wander through the dining room or whatever when we're playing. And so, you know, we are okay with people making comments in the chat, basically. You know, we're not going to ignore comments in the chat. Obviously, we won't be doing it constantly and all the time, but, you know, we want it to be that this is a community thing. It's, you know, it's something that we all get to kind of be a part of. And, you know, if something funny happens and, you know, or somebody in the comments says something funny, we will, you know, that we think is kind of hilarious, we will usually acknowledge it, you know? So okay. Nice. Now, I won't redeem that one because I'll keep it in there, and I'll make a note of that after stream, so that I've got all the details, rather than taking out the time out to try and do that now and write that now. So, but thank you, Tide Runner, for their character. Thank you for that. That is certainly very helpful. This should be the last island that I've got to rock around. Thanks, Tide Runner, for stopping by. It is always wonderful to have you here. I hope you get a good rest. So the idea of this particular, so the Ascendant Islands now, no I won't, we'll be finishing this up at about midnight, so in about half an hour. But yes, so the actual I'll collect my thoughts in a minute. So the Ascendant Islands exist in every plane that is in current playable. So there is an Ascendant Islands in Anthalamir, Feyawyr. Hi, Elsarge. Yeah, at the moment, this is what we got. This was a map that was originally designed by one of the players for the game for their character's hometown / city, and they have just wanted me to kind of touch it up to match the rest of my world style, so that when we go into play and inevitably the characters end up going here, it kind of looks like the rest of the world maps that I kind of build. I mean, personally, I thought there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. They had done a wonderful job already, as you can see underneath. But at the same time, I can understand if they ask. So I am absolutely 100% happy to accommodate my players on this if this is what they would also like from me. But also, welcome. It is wonderful to have you here. I hope you're having a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night, wherever you are in the world. And thank you for joining us for this chaotic little stream. So he has also given me an index of all the names of the places and whatnot. Because all of the places on the map, because his character is a legacy character, all of the places on the map have some reference to the people that his great-grandfather had been in a previous campaign with. So we are going to see references to, which will mean nothing to anyone right now, unless, until they eventually, hopefully, want to sit through the actual game stream as well. But there are references in here that he has put into previous player characters. We had the Dulcan Wizard. We had Bill Bobby Cletus IV, the human gunslinger. He may still come into play, even though it's 1,000 years after his campaign, because he did end up going for a planeswalk. So there is that. I do like making reference to previous player characters, and obviously some of the characters from that previous campaign are actually still alive in the world. So we do actually get to see those. Don't think so. I thought we had agreed that Billy Bob was essentially a cyborg in a swamp somewhere. I have to ask because Evil One is actually the wonderful creator of Billy Bob. He was a wonderfully delightful character who had a very, very sad backstory. We agreed that he's out there. Yeah. That was it. Hey, as you know, Evil One, I'm not going to push them towards Billy Bob's Swamp, but if they end up going there for whatever reason, because there are at least 2 legacy characters, like, I can try to derail the idea, but as you know, players do player things. I can dissuade them from going there if you don't want them to re-meet Billy. Because obviously he is inherently your character. So I also take that into consideration. Ah. Maybe you and I are going to have a talk. Haha. If it ever comes to that, if they ever want to seek Billy out, that is. I don't know. I know that Hasa may seek you out because of Hasa's focus on demolitions and ammunitions. It depends if Billy Bob has made a reputation for himself in the Planarscape. We also know that there are other characters that they may run into purely because of pure deification in the world. There is the possibility that they will run into the head god of the Pantheon, who is a Turtle monk, Tranquility monk, Wild Soul Barbarian, is the head god of the Pantheon. There is also the goddess of chaos herself. She is also a player character, previous player character, also created and designed by the wonderful Evil One. I'm trying to think of who else they may actually run into though. Depending on how many kind of alien shenanigans come into play, there is that. Yeah, so there is that as well. V is a possibility because he exists outside of time and space. Cain is also a possibility. Cain was a demon accountant who has fallen on hard economic times because obviously hell is in an economic crisis right now. Do a save. There's still quite a lot of characters. There is a chance that they're going to run into Farouk. There is a chance that they are going to, well, there's a high chance they're going to run into Farouk. There's a high chance they're going to run into Nemo and Elpheus. They seem to be the main ones. Oh, and Karada, obviously, as well, as a possibility. So they're the main ones that I can think of. Yeah, hell is... So because of the actions of the government in the Third Era, by bonding every... in the wake of the Demon War and the demon loss of the Demon War, basically the part of the world the country that referred to them as, that was called the Laureate Unitary State, basically part of their deal with Hell's legions and whatnot in their loss was that every child born within the LUS would be bonded to a demon from birth. What this meant, though, is a vast majority of the world, so the LUS actually was a huge part of the world, and it meant that every child within the LUS over 9,000 years, 8,000 years, basically ended up bonded to a imp familiar. Thus, their soul was essentially tainted, which means that Hell, which their major economy is souls, it means that all of a sudden there are, regardless of however much they want it, it means that there is really no such thing as a pure soul anymore. And so basically Hell's economy crashed following the merge, basically, because how are they supposed to recoup their losses? It's going to take a long time for them to recoup their losses, as you know, long-lived races are a thing, and the reach of that government's reach basically was very long-reaching in their plans, basically. Cain versus Eris and Nei Shing. Oh, that would be one heck of a battle royale. On top of that, it is very hard for souls to be cleansed in this world now, because, again, in the wake of the merge, the world itself has also somewhat lost contact with their celestial plane. There is a tenuous connection there, but it is barely being held on to, thanks to the efforts of the god of order and balance, Nei Shing. Oh, yeah, Cain v. Eris and Nei Shing. Yes. We also have Alpha, which is the Alien Liaison Federal Agency that exists outside of time and space. And basically what they do is ensure that aliens basically that are coming from the outer or far planes, eldritch beings that are coming from the far planes, basically aren't wreaking too much havoc in the world. But yeah, so Hell's in an economic crisis, but the way that I tend to run my Hells as well is not your standard D&D Hell. It's first of all, almost all of the circles of Hell are humid. Not hot, not cold, humid, sticky, just really insufferably gross humidity, essentially. And not only that, so in terms of the technological levels, Hell is post-cyberpunk, so futuristic, but because of their economic situation. Hi, Frumpy Lettuce VT. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, so when we talk about Hells in this situation, they're post-cyberpunk in terms of their technology. They have technological advancement, but because of their economic crisis and things like this, it's very Blade Runner-esque, if you are familiar with that movie, in terms of the style, the look of the place. It looks a bit run down and shoddy because, you know, clearly seen better days. Also, the demons are worn out. The demon Cain, that was played by Evil One in the previous campaign, he had been about to take his long service leave, and then a wizard lost his imp familiar, which put all his numbers out, which meant he couldn't go on his long service leave until he figured out what had happened. So he had to come Earthside basically to figure out what the heck had gone on, which led to him having a heck of a lot more paperwork. Because not only had this wizard lost his imp familiar, he had also unleashed the Necronomicon. That was a great time. Fun time. Was had by all. He was not happy, basically. We also... Yeah, so we have the alien liaison. We have Eris. She is essentially this force of nature. She is the goddess of chaos and love in the world, because those two things, as she explains them, go hand in hand. You can't have one without the other, basically. But she doesn't necessarily cover all forms of love. It's all forms of familial love. There is another god that pertains to romantic and sexual love that is obviously not Eris. But yeah, Eris is really big on family and keeping her family together. She is actually the personification of love itself. She is also the avatar of the, for lack of a better term, it's not even a proto-deity, kind of a proto-deity. It's more like the metaphysical concept of chaos, which this is going to be a massive thing that we're going to explore in this campaign, about what the metaphysical these metaphysical elements are, and essentially tying back into what makes a true god, leading the world back towards balance. Because, as I stated earlier, a lot of my campaigns have a strong inference of balance. Not good, not evil. And also the idea that, especially with us, that like the campaign delving into the principles of metaphysics, or fantasy metaphysics in my particular setting, the thing that we're going to kind of explore with that is also the fact that true gods don't necessarily have a morality, because true gods don't require belief to exist, and therefore good concepts like good and evil are literally the concept in reality of entities who require control and fear. Obviously, the fantasy philosopher I created for this kind of concept was not popular with obviously the was not popular with the churches and the wizards colleges and things like this, because obviously they denoted that you needed to spend time and learning and everything, like all of these things, you needed to be worthy of, you had to do the work, you had to do the study to be worthy of such magics. Except, as it is going to be discussed and discovered in this particular campaign, what actually makes a person worthy to wield power? And that's what it's going to come down to. What makes a person worthy in my campaign to wield the power to become a true god, basically. Okay, let's have a look here. There are a few places I've got to tidy up. Fill this in here. That brush is a little too wide, so we turn it down a little bit and smooth it out to make it work. Which is usually a little bit of a give and take between adding some, subtracting some. I might turn it more slightly. and then subtract that. Too much. Thank you for the follow, El Sarge. It's wonderful to have you here. Welcome to the community. So just smoothing out some of these lines. I'm actually happy it doesn't have the water ripples. I would have just had to turn them off. That's not too hard to do. But I am going to have to add some water in here. Smooth anything out that looks a bit janky and rough. Hello. See, the reason this looks a bit hazy is because I've got some clouds underneath. Okay, I think that's most of the line work done. So, first thing we'll do as a background, need to pick some water. There are a couple of water textures I really, really like using. See, but they're more for sea or ocean, so I don't think I want to use... Might stick with the... Oh, no, I can't because that's cloud. Turn down the size. Actually, I just need to fill in this little bit here. Nope, wrong one. Need to add. So yes, okay. Oh, so if I turn it up, the opacity. I think I need it to be bluer. And you know what? I'm not unhappy with this, but might add a touch more purple to it. Bring it back just towards the blue, just a little bit more, I think. It's got a bit of a purplish tinge because obviously this is in my Feyawyr. And this is all water over here too. Just need to bring down that subtraction brush and just tidy that line up there. Now, if they're the only waterfalls, actually I want to put in another one, I think. Actually, before I do that, I might want to see where buildings are. Some bridges over that. Bring off there. No, don't like that one. I don't want to. So, bring this down a little bit. I didn't like how close I cut that. There we go, that's a bit better. Which means this here. Fit that in there. Yep. Let me do a bit of a shade. Yep, there we go, water. So let's have a look at where I've created other rivers. So these actually waterfall to the areas below them. Yeah, so these waterfall down to the areas below them. And below this is essentially on the water, so that merchants and traders and everything don't necessarily have to come all the way up to up. How long have I been using Incarnate? Probably properly, like really dedicating using a whole heap of time to it. Probably about 3 years. So, and even then, like, there are some maps that I look at and I'm like, this is incredible. You know, I could never. But sometimes the hardest point is just playing around, essentially, until you find that it looks the way you want it to look. And for something like natural elements like this, you essentially don't want it to look too perfect. Otherwise, it looks like you want it to still look like there are some natural elements to it. Like you don't want it to look too man-made. So it's okay for like these rivers, for example, to have a few flaws. Like, I don't really worry about getting them absolutely perfect in shape and whatnot. But, for example, what I'm doing here is I'm not happy with the shape inherently. But I like this kind of waviness. So I've just got to make sure that it's like curving how I want it to curve, and just playing and tweaking, basically. See, like a few patches in here are probably a little too straight. So you just kind of go play with it until you find the color you want. Because obviously, as you saw before, you can use the hue shifter to basically get it to be a bit more of the color you want. And that works for the stamps as well. Like the cliffs and everything, if I'd wanted to make them like bright pink cliffs like I have on the map of Nethereg, because there are like hot pink mountains in there, thanks to my followers' votes when I was building it, because I do occasionally do polls in this as well, where my followers do get to, so if you want, I can show you. So when you open up your stamp options, so as you noticed here with the brush options, down here in the advanced settings, but also if you go all the way down here, there's also the advanced settings. Now this can be, so if we go with this texture brush, for example, and we'll pick this tile, for example. Now, that doesn't help if it's not on the foreground layer. Just use it, and I'll turn off this just so you can have a bit of a better look. As you can see, that tile is way too large for this. So you can come in down here to placement, and you can actually change the size of it. So now we have a smaller tile. We can also change the rotation of it. So you don't want it straight up and down, you want a diagonal pattern. There you go. And you can also offset it. So for example, when I move it, you can see you can move the pattern along so it sits how you want it to sit. So they're like the brush options. On the stamp options, you can randomize the angle for like house builds and things like this. You can choose the shadow you want on it. So we use the tree, for example. That tree, while they've got a drawn shadow underneath, okay, you can also add an object, so it adds even more depth of shadow, or this will add a bit of a lower one. It just kind of, so for example, if we put a bigger tree now in, and we move it, and we'll change that to casting an object. See the depth of the shadow it adds? It lifts it higher, which ends up giving you dimension in your maps. And you'll notice that this is something that I do a lot. Like I'm building all of these rivers here at the moment, and what I will actually do after I've finished going in and tweaking these rivers, so I'll go in and tweak these rivers. As you saw that I coloured them, one of the stamps that they actually have, for example, I'll do it over here on this river here. So one of the stamps that they have, if I come up, gotta find it now. So we have the waterfall, open catalogue, this Nature HD Fantasy Regional. If you ever want to see what they have available, you can click the show hide. But what I actually want this particular map for is this waterfall. So turn it around, change the size and width of it, and put it in, and now we have a waterfall in there, which is all well and good, but as we can see, that doesn't necessarily... Oh, make sure you change on your background foreground when you're painting too. Okay, so this is what we've got so far. But as you can see, this doesn't really, despite the fact it has a water texture, it doesn't look like a waterfall. So there are various brushes that you can kind of use to end up symbolizing. So you can mix and match and things like this. So, you know, adding texture like the flowing water, flying rocks around water and things. And because you can actually export these maps, so even though I'm editing this map at 3K, when you come down to the export here, not that I'll export this, if you come over here, you can actually, export it at a higher resolution. So you can click this and you can go all the way up to 8K, which will give a super clear, beautiful map once it's exported. Be aware though that some things won't actually let you, some things won't load that particularly well because the maps end up huge. Be aware that obviously the higher you save them at the resolution, the bigger the map. And they are pretty big. But when you come into, Incarnate, you can actually, instead of just clicking on the map to open it, up in the corner there's like, I think it's 3 little dots. If you click on it, you can actually open at a higher resolution to see what it looks like, especially with things, and I found that that has really helped, especially with things like writing, especially on a really large map, but you're trying to write really tiny words, but you can't get it to sit right, it doesn't look nice, and you're not sure if you've misspelled something or whatever. So you can do all of those kind of things. And then obviously, so we've done this, but the other thing you can do is when you come down to your filter, you can change up the hue, you can change up the saturation, the brightness. So for example, I will bring the brightness down on this water. I will change the opacity usually down. I usually find that 0.3 works really well, and you just come in here and you start, because there's obviously going to be a shadow here. Like, yeah, the cliff face is already producing that shadow, but anyone who's, you know, seen water knows that that shadow can persist a little bit further than what you're actually seeing. And you can kind of like find any number of like different colors. You don't have to use like, see, you just kind of, and this is what I've discovered, it is literally just playing around until you find something that you like, essentially. So generally I will find that blacks work a little bit better, or even things like this, like dark blue. But this is why I don't set the opacity very high, so you can build that color and just come back and, for example, if this is a little bit too bright now, you just kind of go over and over and over it until you get that really nice smooth blend. So we can come in here until we get that a little bit darker. And so it still looks nice, but also another thing, now I've got to remember where I find it. Path tool, not grid. I think it's in here. The mask options. You can actually, in the advanced settings here, you can actually change your mask. You can add a ripple effect. Okay, you want an island, you can change the ripple effect. You can change the color of your ripples. You can change the width, how many ripples it shows. But obviously, on this particular map, because we're a floating island, I don't want ripples, so I just turn it off. So, other things that I tend to do, not so much on this map, obviously because it's a floating island, if you do have coastlines. So see how this coastline is really dark. You can actually, you don't want your coastlines to be so dark. We can turn it down so that it's not so prominent. See, like this. So I'm glad I did that because that looks a little smoother in my opinion. I might go to 4. So it's just not as thick. So another thing I'll do as well is these clouds here, for example, when I'm doing a coastline, if it's a bit more of a, see how they're a bit more sandy? What I will do is I will actually recolor these to like I will find the color that I want for my sand, and then I will recolor these, turn down the opacity, and I will actually layer them over. Yeah. See this, for example, if I come down to the filter with this, change that hue, there, saturation, a little bit of brightness. You can change the contrast even. So what I'll do is something like this when I'm doing a coastline. You can turn down the opacity a little bit if you want for layering effect. But then what I'll do when I'm doing a coastline that has a beach, so now what I'll do is I will move it down a little bit. So I might layer these over the coastline like this. And I might have a combination of this one and the blue. So do a couple of things to basically disguise that dark coastline if I want to, just so there's no harsh line. So it looks like a sandy gradient. And then if I go into, and this is why I like all of this. So we've got the fantasy battle map. And then this is why it's important to blend the sand and the water. So obviously this will blend out more towards the sand and the water. And then you can kind of go in with your waves and, you know, create these beautiful shorelines, which some of the people who have watched me do this stream a little bit before, you know, this is how I do my really beautiful coastlines that I kind of end up doing. And, you know, it is about layering, thinking about how water at the beach kind of breaks and crests and things like this. So I build my coastlines like this, and you just keep messing with it until you end up with something you're happy with. And, you know, and this would all be blended into, you know, I'd spend a little bit more time blending it and everything like this. But this is how I get my really nice, beautiful, beachy coastlines. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, so it is just a matter of just playing around until you find something you're happy with. Oh, you're very welcome. I'm happy to help out new builders and people who have been building for a while. Like, yeah, I'm happy to help people out because, you know, I'm a bit of a perfectionist as well when it comes to my own personal stuff. I'm aware that it doesn't have to be, but I have this, and I know that this is something that a lot of artists kind of struggle with anyway, but I end up having I have this image in my head and I see those beautiful maps on like Pinterest and that other people have done, and you know, I want my stuff to look beautiful, and I'm like, okay, well, my players might come in and completely destroy this town map, but I don't care because it's a pen and paper map. I can always recreate the town, you know. To me, that's what's more important, that, you know, I'm happy with the beautiful map build, and, you know, I do get a sense of satisfaction as well when my players, you know, do acknowledge that, like, this looks really cool. And I kind of end up putting like all these levels of detail into my world map, like the things that I enjoy building. Some of them, obviously the players are never going to notice, but for example, I put a lot of time and effort into my tavern menus, just because they are things that you know, I really enjoy making tavern menus, and there is a level of, I do enjoy making my players hungry. So, yeah, there is a little bit of that. And yeah, sometimes it is literally, El Sarge, just going back and forth until you get what you want. Yeah, just going back and forth, and it's like the recent map build I did of the Logland Ferry. Initially when I started building that, I was 100% not happy with it. I did not like it originally when I started building it, because I couldn't get the wood texture right, and I was seeing all of these beautiful like ship maps and everything like this, and I'm like, I just want it to look pretty like that. And sometimes, you know, you just got to sit back and research, and it's a little bit of that, unfortunately. Okay, so now I've done this. What other texture do I have in here that I can change it up with? There's all kinds of water textures as well. And yeah, you can definitely use the opacity to layer things. Like, I wanted this to look a bit more water-like, so make the brush smaller, change the opacity up. And yeah, just go over it and over it and over it until you find a result that you're happy with. I might turn the brightness up on it just a bit so we get a bit more of that contrasted, really bright white. But now the hue is off. That's a bit better. Looks a bit more like a... Yeah, it is something that a lot of people struggle with. A lot of people struggle with that concept. And even me, like, I draw a lot of artwork and stuff from my own campaigns and stuff like that. And even that being said, like, with this campaign, because there is going to be a huge visual aspect to it, with the talk sprites and everything like this that everyone's going to be able to see, obviously, I have outsourced a little bit to the wonderful Tyrant Dungeon, who is going to be a player in the game. But I'm also, so they are an artist, but I am also paying them for their work, because big important thing, everyone should pay their artists. you know. That's a very important thing. Also, I will save. But now, because that's where I'm saving, that is actually my time for this evening. So thank you to everybody who showed up for a chat, to all the wonderful new followers that have joined. It is always wonderful to have you here. I stream Boomeadow builds on Mondays, Wednesdays and Saturdays. You can see my schedule down below. I usually pretty strictly adhere to it. Although the Monday stream is in the Australian morning, and once a fortnight the Wednesday stream will be in the morning. So next week I will be streaming on Wednesday morning. Thank you for the subscription, El Sarge. That means so much to me. Thank you so much. It is wonderful to have you as part of the community. Thank you. So yes, if you just want to hang around for my D&D content, yes, Monday, Wednesday, Saturdays, sorry. And the Saturday slot will be when I will be running the game, hosting the game, in about 3 weeks. So if you're interested to see what all this is going to come to, thank you. Thank you so much. But yes, so come and hang out for that. Otherwise, on Tuesdays and Thursday mornings, so tomorrow morning, I do actually just stream some, like for an hour or so, just a couple of Xbox games. I obviously chat during those. At the moment on Tuesdays, I'm running Lost in Random, and Thursdays I'm running Tinykin. They're just kind of jumpy puzzle storytelling kind of things, so really great. But that's only if you're around, if you're interested. If you ever want to see any of these kind of streams or anything, catch up, or you want to remember something, I usually 24 hours later, I will put them up on my YouTube channel of the same name, Boomeadow. And if you want to communicate with me, you can communicate in the comments over there on my YouTube channel, or on my Twitter, which is Booberry Meadow, which you can find the links on I think in my About section and things like that. Otherwise, I hope you have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening or night, wherever you are in the world. It is always wonderful to have you here. Always wonderful to talk D&D and all things tabletop related. And you know what? I love learning from you guys too. Learning about new systems, learning about your characters and things like that. So you are always welcome here. And I hope, if this is the last I see of you until the next Boomeadow builds, I hope you have a wonderful rest of the week. And I will talk to you all later. Bye.